Hello, and welcome to Players and Creators. Happy New Year, and welcome to our first episode, our first stream of the new year. Thank you for joining us. Um, and as you can see, there's a couple of new things going on for the new year. We have a brand new overlay for the stream. A couple, just a few little extra things, just kind of like brand new year, brand new look kind of thing. So we like to try and improve things as we go along. So this is not definitely our final form, but it is definitely what trying to improve on what we're already doing. So uh, and so thank you for joining us. And we do have one little blip on the radar, which is unfortunately Comet, who is also who plays Phoebe, not feeling well. So she will not be joining us today. So the role of Phoebe shall be played by yours truly. I will try to do it justice. Um, but we'll see. Um, we'll just play it by ear and see how it goes. It's not the first time I've actually had to play someone else's character, on top of the million other characters that I am playing as the Dungeon Master. Uh, so, uh, with that though, the only other announcements I have, this Saturday, at 4:30 p.m. will be Old Man Playing Old Games. I being, the aforementioned old man. I will be continuing to play Borderlands 2, the Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep. We'll be continuing that. And this Sunday, we'll also be talking with the DM, where I will actually be talking about, it'll probably be like the first of a couple of talking with the DM where I talk about this, because it's kind of an extensive topic. I will be talking about 3D printing and using 3D printing for making miniatures and terrain and things like that. So that will be this Sunday at 6 p.m. So if you are able to join us, that'd be great. Especially if 3D printing is something that you're interested in and want to ask a lot of questions about. I will do my best. I am probably what you would call a gifted amateur, but if that's what you're interested in doing, please join us for that. And if you want to see me play Borderlands 2 badly, you should absolutely join me Saturday at 4:30, and enjoy the hijinks that ensue with my playing of that game. Um, Outside of that, I think that's about it. Unless anybody else has anything. Alrighty, so um, with that, I guess we can get started. Here's I just start the new year. Got to make sure everything's running right. Um, all right. So last time we met, which was way last year, um, um, the our intrepid adventurers had a few interesting things happen to them while in the town of Trossenwald. You all went to an interesting fancy dinner uh, thrown by the gentleman that you saved, Bertrand von Scott, who apparently also invited you because there was questions about who you were, your loyalties, things of that nature. Considering that one of you was of a place, of a land where the Empire was currently at war with. Um, and in the midst of this dinner, there was a spell cast on all of you to make you all tell the truth. Um, and while Galen seemed to be the focus of this questioning, not only did it turn out that he was, as questioned, not a spy, but he was in fact from Rothold, which is in very southeastern part of Jorhas. It was also determined that Squall was specifically from the Kryn dynasty, where Galen was not. A total twist and surprise there. Um, and because of this, the lawmaster, who was surprisingly there and in charge of the questioning, as it were, Bertrand apparently invoked some kind of thing where he basically made you all part of his household, the Von Scott household, and under his protection, which did not seem to go very well. Didn't go very well over the for the lawmaster. She seemed very upset with that. Um, and in doing so, seemed to quash the questioning at that moment. It was then explained to you what that actually meant. Being part of the Von Scott household, you are not only under the protection, but anything you do would actually fall upon the reputation of the family, but would also hold him as the oldest member of the Von Scott family. He would be. It would anything that you would do would ultimately fall upon him. Um, you were then asked. You were then asked if you minded that he take care of the funeral arrangements for your fallen comrade Hope. Um, and in doing so, in 2 days' time, he would be holding a service for his son and Hope, and asked that you would come back to the Von Scott household for that, because behind on their property they do have a private uh, cemetery for the upon until such time that you did actually find out who Hope's parents were or family were, and if they wanted to do anything with her remains, that he would absolutely make sure that would be taken. Um, Leah made a new friend, literally, um, where she and introduced you all to this scary little thing named Lucy, um, and your friend Sora, your new friend Sora, who has the maps that you all need, is has been making her way, basically packing her stuff up, making her way to the inn that you are all staying in, and kind of getting ready for the not very specified time of which you guys were leaving Trostenwald, but Sora began her preparations for that time. And so right now, at this moment, you have all essentially made your way back to the inn, Nestle Nook Inn, after your dinner with Von Scott's, who you also happen to meet his granddaughter and his great grandson. They did also give you 2 letters of introduction, one for a family member in Dash and one for a family member in Rexington. So you have made your way back, and that is where Leah has introduced you to her new friend Lucy, which you all seem to freak out a little bit about, some more than others. And after the introductions were made, you all made your way to your respective room for a good night's. So, is there anything that any of you would like to do before we begin into the next morning? 9? Okay, good.
I think I'm good. Yeah.
All right. Sora.
Yes.
As the morning comes, and you are starting to slowly rouse from slumber, you do hear a knock on your door.
Okay. Who is it?
Yes. I'm a messenger. I have a message for Sora.
coming. I open the door.
You open the door, and there is you might have actually seen. I don't recall if you were actually with them when he came, but there was this young half elven boy in very fine robes. He's actually standing at the door, and he has a rolled up piece of parchment. He goes, "Yes, I was instructed to to
Okay, from whom?
from the master of the Von Scott household."
I hold my hand out.
Yeah, puts it in your ear. Uh, if there's nothing else,
Thank you.
leave. He leaves. He opens the door. You close the door. Um, the note.
Yes.
So as you open the note, essentially it says it is an invitation to a memorial service um, for an Edward von Scott and a fallen friend. On the bottom, it seems very official, and on the bottom, handwritten, it does have a postscript added to it, which says, as your friends, basically it says that your friends, your new friends, will be here, and it is only prudent.
Okay. All right. I put the message away and make a note to ask um what's going on when I see everybody else.
And it is for the next day. It's not like
Great.
um. So as that happens, the rest of you wake up. You do see that um, it's a nice, beautiful morning. Everything, the buffet downstairs is as it's been the last couple of days. Um, and as recently as it happened, you do also remember that you don't pay for anything, as apparently the Von Scotts are paying for the time that you're here in Trostmanwall.
I get up earlier than the rest and go down to the bathhouse and come back up.
Okay, so that will be. Do you get the full service?
Since I bathed the day before, no, just the bare bones.
Okay, so just deduct 5 silver from your buddies, and no issues. All right, Jarina.
Was Phoebe able to finish translating that book about the Savalier Woods?
Yes, I will send that to you. Post haste.
Heard. I'm just gonna, whenever I wake up, if Phoebe's not awake, I'm gonna wake her up so that we can go get breakfast.
Okay. Yeah, so you're able to wake up. She's a little, you can see that there's some bags under her eyes. And she's just like, yeah, I've already started translating. Already started translating all of the work for you. Here's some of it. I haven't finished it all yet. She kind of hands you a few pieces of paper.
Thank you, Phoebe. Would you like to accompany me me and Maya for breakfast?
Yes, of course, of course. She follows you downstairs with Maya. Maya's still on your shoulder. The rest of you as well. You awake and start to make your way downstairs. Grab your food, sit down at a table together, and you also happen to see Sora kind of coming down the stairs. Also, which is different because you had this is the first time you're actually noticing that she's here with all of you.
I flag Sora down. Sora, come join us.
I walk over, I seat myself. Good
How does-
morning.
Good morning. Out of game, how does Maya react to Sora being next to her?
She doesn't seem to like have a reaction per se. She just kind of like she kind of looks around. It's essentially the way she is normally around new people. She just kind of sticks on your shoulder. She kind of looks, sniffs a little bit, but doesn't like. There's no overt reaction.
I give Maya a piece of jerky and I say, eat.
Make an animal handling check with advantage.
That's a pretty little thing you have there.
Thank you. Her name is Maya.
I hold out my hand for Maya to sniff and say, "Hi, pretty."
What'd you get with the animal handling?
With advantage, a nat 20 plus 2, so 22.
Yeah, you give her, and she takes it very gently from your hand, and starts snapping it up. And Sora, as you kind of put your hand out, she's in the middle of like snapping up the jerky and eating it, but she does sniff your hand a little bit, just kind of looks at you like with her head cocked, and then just continues eating. It continues eating the jerky.
I take one finger and just kind of rub her snout softly.
Make an animal handling check at disadvantage.
$11.
11. You try to touch her on her snout. She kind of snaps her head back a little.
I move my hand back and say, "That's okay."
She just takes a little bit to warm up. I only just learned how to talk to her.
No
Where she'll
problem.
listen to me. Somewhat.
Do you know anything about this memorial I've just been invited to?
Oh, during our journey, we lost a comrade, and the Von Scotts were very kind enough to hold a memorial to properly bury her while we try to find her family as well as go on our own adventures.
I see. Yes. It was said at the I show her the letter and let her read it.
Yeah, and you see the postscript says that it's prudent that she should.
I was a bit confused.
We didn't know each other very well or for very long, but she was a very, very kind person, and she died trying to save another dragonborn and other creatures from a not so positive outcome.
Yes, it's very sad when you lose a comrade, especially a kind one. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. But we would be honored if you would attend the memorial with us today.
Of course. I believe it's tomorrow.
Yeah, it's actually the next.
Tomorrow, yeah. Brain
Yeah.
fart, sorry.
Is my attire going to be okay?
And you see. Well, the first thing obviously that you all notice, besides her being dragonborn, is gold scale dragonborn. But there's not a lot of scale showing. You can see on her fingers and hands, and she's not wearing any boots. She's not wearing any shoes of any kind. You can see, and because of that, you can see the scales and everything, her claws on her, but everything about her is mostly covered, robes or wrapping, especially her face, around the front of her face and her snout. You can still tell that she's a dragonborn, but there's no mistaking. But she does, with her hood up and the face cover, and she just pull it down, to eat. But occasionally, just when she's done, she's back up. But her her robes are impeccably clean.
Out of game, is there like how we have the tradition of wearing black at funerals? Is there like a customary color that we have to wear for a memorial like this?
I would probably say I would leave that up to you as to like whatever you feel like the culture of your upbringing was. Like what would your upbringing tell you to time of mourning?
I believe your attire should be suitable.
Okay, thank you. Is there a buffet table?
Yeah, there's a buffet table.
Would you like me to get you something to eat?
If you could get me some meats and cheeses, that would be wonderful. I'll get some ale for the three of us.
Okay, no problem.
Phoebe, would you like some ale as well?
Yes, please.
And I go to get ale for the three of us.
Sora, as you go up and you start getting the food at the buffet, the young woman the woman who runs everything, she goes, "Oh yes, that'll be 5 silver."
I give her 5 silver.
Enjoy. Because it goes about her duty.
Do I see Sora give her money?
Make a perception check.
13.
13. You don't notice it until the money's already left Sora's hand, and the young woman is putting the money in the pouch.
When Sora and I get back to the table, I give her back 5 silver. Or what looks like how much silver she gave.
Oh, you don't have to do that. I don't mind paying.
It's fine. Our supplies and room and board are being taken care of, so.
All right then.
Can I ask a question?
Is it an in-game or out-of-game?
In-game. I'm asking in-game.
Okay.
Why are you invited? If you don't mind my bluntness.
Well, excuse me. Leonara invited me to join your group, considering I have the maps that you all need for your adventures, and I'm going to be traveling anyway, so we thought it prudent that we travel together.
I think it would be a good idea, Galen, for her to come along anyway, because it'll give her a chance to kind of get to know us as a group and Hope, who is no longer here.
Alright. One other question. Do you know how to take care of yourself?
Yes, quite.
Okay
I
then.
kind of hit Galen on the shoulder. That's so rude.
It's an important question.
One of the things you realize is that Sora is a little bit older than all of you.
Okay.
I come back into the inn around now.
Okay.
Well, Galen had another question, I believe.
Oh no, I just responded with okay.
I take some food off the buffet table and join the rest of the party.
Alrighty. So you all.
Oh, are you guys having breakfast beer?
Why not?
Okay, just asking.
Right, so you all have your various breakfast foods, as it were, and at some point in time, you're all pretty much gathered, unless you tell me otherwise. You all have gathered downstairs at various points We're all together, including Sora. We're all having your breakfast. Is there anything that you'd like to do during the day here at Trossenwald? Otherwise, we could just fast forward to the next.
I would like to speak to Sora privately at some point.
Okay.
So, where did you find the books? I remember you mentioned something about a crazy gnome. Anybody?
Oh,
Sora's
that was
previous
my
employer.
yeah. That was my recent employer.
Okay. What does he have? Or
Oh,
someone?
quite a collection of odds and ends.
Okay. Figured
It's really fun to go digging through his stuff, but sometimes it's expensive.
Okay. I'll plan on going there, but okay. Just wanted to make sure what I was getting myself into.
Yeah, Sora.
Exactly.
Sora, you know from what Rowan is saying that she is absolutely right. Like, he's got a lot of stuff. It can be expensive depending on what he has. But it also can be interesting just digging through all of it.
Absolutely. Excuse me.
Sora, may I speak to you privately when you get a chance?
Sure.
So at this point, you've all pretty much you finished up your meal, and you're gonna go about your daily whatevers here in Trossenwald that you would like to do. And Rowan and Sora, you basically have the table to yourselves. And...
Out of game, I gotta do something real quick.
Yeah.
Actually, would you mind coming up to my room? I'd rather not discuss this down here.
Okay. I follow her up.
Okay. You're inside her
I
room.
close the door. I make sure no one's in the hallway. I inform her. One of our companions is not how he seems. Galen is actually Drow. He is just disguised as an elf. Or, is he disguised as an elf or a human? I can't remember. What's his flavor today?
Well, he didn't say what he was today, but the last time it was just an elf, just like a regular.
Okay. So I
elf.
thought regular elf, regular Knoll. So I thought you should know before you decide to travel with us that is his persuasion.
I have no problems with his persuasion as long as he doesn't do anything to me.
Yes, he has some kind of agenda. I haven't quite puzzled out what it is, but it has nothing to do with you. So I think you're fine.
All right, that's no problem.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know some people can see through his disguise and others cannot. So every once in a while, let's say every once in a while, a small child will just pop up and call him a crick. I don't want you to be freaked or unknowing about how his actual race is or who he really is. Okay?
Oh, understood. I don't scare easy.
Well, not to scare you. Not that I thought you would be frightened. You seem like you could handle yourself very well. That inn I went to was very rough and tumble. So
no one bothered me there.
I didn't want you to think we were keeping secrets from you.
No, that's quite all right. I'm sure I'll get to know you more, all of you more, closely once we start traveling.
All right. Well, that was everything. I think I'm gonna head on down to the bakery. You may join me if you want.
No, that's all right. I think I'm just going to relax.
Okay. And we leave the room.
Okay, no problems. So I'll re-ask again. Is there anything else that anyone wants to do while in Trustinwell today. Otherwise, I'll just fast forward next day.
Galen plans on going to that gnome's residence or shop.
Okay.
Anybody want to show me the way or join me? He asks to the group.
I don't believe he's going to be happy to see me.
I'll go.
Okay.
Alrighty. Alright, so
On our way there, I want to discuss his scimitar a bit more.
go for it.
So when do you want to start lessons with the scimitar?
Oh, you actually mean it? I thought you were joking.
No, I wouldn't bother wasting my breath if I didn't mean what I said.
Huh. I guess any time, not here though, seeing how we're out in the open and being
Obviously not
followed.
right now. We could work on it in the evenings, or we could wait till we leave Trostenwald.
I think when we leave, because I'm sure if people started hearing fighting, I will be taken away and you will never see me again.
That's definitely a possibility I did not consider. All right, let's go see our gnomish friend.
Real quick question: do I notice? Is there how many guards are following us? 2 or more than?
Well, interestingly enough, as you both leave, you don't see any Crown's guards outside of the. I mean, you do notice Crown's guard normally patrolling the streets, but not the large group that was watching all of you. So you don't seem to have a tail, as it were, as you both leave the inn, and you make your way to the market area, where you find to Burnished Biblios, a little shack attached to another house, essentially. And as you make your way there, still looks like it's about to fall over. Somehow still standing, door closed.
Well, ain't this a colorful place?
You don't know the half of it.
I am ready to be amazed.
Wait till you meet the proprietor. I knock on the door.
Right. So you knock on the door. Minute goes by. Another minute goes by. No.
I knock again.
Oh, who do we lose?
Someone vanished.
We lost Adana.
Oh, Donna.
Hold on a second.
It looks like the internet cut out briefly.
Hey, there we go. All right. So you knock again. Another minute goes by. Another 2.
I peek in the window to see if he's in there.
The window is obscured by a number of different of bric-a-brac that he has. In you can't actually see through the window. There's too much block.
Does he have closing hours?
I mean, he lives here.
That doesn't mean he doesn't have closing hours.
Maybe he went shopping for lunch?
Huh. How long did it take to get here?
Maybe about 20 minutes. 20-minute walk.
Interesting. So
I knock louder and I start calling his name. Master Hornsblower, are you in there? Hello?
All right. As you knock louder and you start yelling at his name, you hear, what, what? And then what sounds like things falling, like doo-doo, doo-doo, doo. And you hear, fuck! Hold on, I'll be right there.
Okay.
15, 20 seconds go by, and the door opens, and you just as the door opens, Galen, you see this tiny old gnome with just like slits for eyes and these thick glasses at the end of his nose. His what little white hair he has is just like all over the place. Um, he looks like he's wearing a sleeping robe. Um, and he looks like he literally just woke up. And there is now a bruise that is actually starting to form. You can actually watch it starting to grow on his forehead. And he's like, oh, hello.
I brought you a paying customer, sir.
That's my favorite kind.
I know.
Give me a moment to make myself presentable. And
Yes, sir.
Before you even say yes, sir, he slams the door. A minute goes by. He reopens the door, and he's just his clothes still look disheveled, but he no longer is wearing his sleeping robe. He goes, "Oh, please, come in, come in." So, and he kind of looks at you. He looks up at you, Galen, and says, "So you're the paying customer, huh?
Indeed.
What do you want?"
Books.
Yeah, we got books.
I walk in and I'm sure I'm shocked at like the insanity that is this shop.
Yeah, it is just like there are piles and piles of papers and books and boxes with where you don't even know what's in the boxes, big, small, oblong, different sizes. There's like little knickknacks just like on tables and shelves. I mean, and none of it looks like it's an only place that looks like it's actually in some kind of order is this large like podium style desk with a big stool behind it, where you can actually see the nightshirt that he was just wearing. It's kind of thrown over it, and laying and sleeping on that podium, tabby cat, just kind of curled up in a ball, just. So we got books. They're around.
I see this.
Good eyes, yeah. Good.
I know.
Anything specific you're looking for?
Uh Maybe more history based and something to read on the road.
Oh, I don't know. We got like history books here. We're not the library. Um,
Eh.
but you can take a look. See what we got.
All right. I look around and should
Well,
DM.
what are you specifically looking for?
Okay, I'm looking for pretty much information on the Cobalt Soul and Cerberus Ascendant. And also if I don't find anything, some romantic books or of the sort.
Okay.
Trashy novels.
Okay.
Yes.
Trashy novels. Okay. So the first thing I want you to do is make an investigation check for me.
That one quite literally bounced away, so I'm going to try another one.
What do you mean bounced away? Like it fell off the table?
$16.
16. Um, Rowan, you're watching as Galen is, for the better part of a half hour, is just digging through book after book after book. Um, and there are books that look like they were handwritten in languages you don't understand. Um, some are books on, as you kind of like skimming through them to see what they are, because they don't. A lot of them do not have titles on the or the sponsor. And some, and as you're looking through them, some of them seem to be like the goings ons of individuals, almost not necessarily journals, but there seems to be like life history of certain people that were written by third person. Um, all different handwritings, all different types of books. Some gnomish size, some large. You do find one book with pictures within them, again in a language you don't understand, but they seem to have like very like weird, like almost demonic looking in them. Creatures that you have not seen, but you know, red skin, tails, horns, various sizes, multiple limbs, multiple eyes, like really nasty looking.
That's an interesting looking book you got there.
Yeah, you watch Galen go, and he just throws it behind him, and he just continues to dig. But unfortunately, after that half hour has passed, you have not found any books that you were looking for initially. As far as trashy romance novels, you find at least a dozen.
How much was that book on the demons?
What book? What book? And he comes. You see, Oglin just comes running over. Oh, this one.
It had illustrations, yeah.
Oh, this one.
Yes.
Oh, this was 20 gold.
Ooh. Well, it's lovely.
That's a good.
Galen, maybe you should have.
Yeah, lots of good information in this one. Smells like a winner.
I give it a snip. I must concur, sir.
You give it a smell. Make a perception check for me.
Quick question, because I've obviously skimmed through that book. Did any of the writing look familiar to my tattoos in any way, or no?
No, not at all.
Okay.
What was your perception check, Ron?
$16.
16. Like oddest. Can't finger on. Almost like a.
Is it sulfuric?
Like a burnings.
Well, I can't afford this one right now.
So amongst the trashy novels, which seem to be the most interesting?
Well, you're kind of skimming. If you really want to find out which one's the most trashiest, that'll be That'll be an investigation check. Another one, and you're yeah, you need another investigation.
And I'm guessing
because you were kind of like skimming, looking very specifically for the other information, and not really like, oh, this was a trash, and you just kind of put it to the side. You really didn't read extensively what's in there, but you got like a stack of like a trashy novel.
All right. I'll look at probably like the top 3 of the pile.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me.
14.
14. So out of the top 3 books, the one that seems the trashiest is the one called The Morality School. And from just reading like the first 6 or 7 pages, the gist of it is essentially talking about the taboos of various cultures throughout both the Empire and the Menagerie Coast, and why they're so taboo. People should have more. And then it starts to go into specific taboos, and where it was first taboo first up. And it seems clinical at first until you start getting into the descriptions, and the descriptions are overly of where people put things and where they shouldn't, and sizes and length and girth, and and it's just pretty like, not necessarily a trashy novel, but it's definitely like the nastiest of the three books that you got.
Is there any that's like a story?
Okay, yeah. So the other one the second one, is called The Cycles of Unsoi, and apparently it's about a traveling, a wanderer who travels from place to place. Um, the first couple of books, the first couple of pages that you read of it, talks about how this lone wanderer is traveling the world in search of truth and knowledge. And then, like, on the fourth page, he winds up at an inn where the owner of the inn is this young, beautiful widow, and like on the seventh page, they're already naked and getting on. Like, so you're just like, this seems like a story.
I asked the proprietor, Master Hornsblower, do you have a book called The Courting of the Crick?
He looks at you, goes, he runs over to the door, slams it. Who told you I have that?
No one. That's why I asked the question.
I don't have it. Who sent you?
Never mind. I don't need that book that badly.
Then he switches over to Galen. So what are you buying? She said you're a paying customer.
I am. I'll buy the one. I'll buy this one, and I point to the one that has a story.
Oh,
and isn't like.
Oh, so the.
What was the third one? What was the first one?
The first one was the Morality Scrolls. The second one, the one that I just told you about, is called The Cycles of Unsoi.
And then what was the third one?
The third one was called The Testament of Felicity. You want me to tell you what's in that one?
Okay, we're already in this rabbit hole.
Okay, so this one, as you open it up, is about these four sisters who their last name is Felicity. They all have various names. They're all different names, but it's basically like there is an opening page that is kind of like the summary of the book, where it talks about the growing and learning of their own bodies and sexuality, and you're not sure yet until you start reading the book itself if it's kind of like a self-help book or an actual like story. It reads a little bit like both, but it is absolutely about four sisters who basically all fall in love with the same woman, and the different escapades that they have with her.
I take the second one.
Okay. So you tell Oglin, you tell Oglin that you want that one. He goes, hey, that one's that's about a 4 silver adventure.
I give him 4 silver.
Enjoy. Anything else?
Unfortunately, I think that's it.
He turns back to you, Rowan. Where's your cat lady friend?
She's probably at the bakery. I plan on heading there now.
Well, if you see her, can you give her a message for me?
Absolutely. What do you need?
Just tell her 350. She'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
350 gold?
Nope, just tell her 350. She'll understand.
Okay.
No one said nothing about gold.
That's right.
All right. Well, thank you, sir, and thank you for indulging us today.
And I don't have that book. I never did.
I believe you. I believe you.
Anybody said that is a liar.
Nobody. Nobody said it. Never mind. I can't repeat it. Let's go.
Galen, he looks at you. He goes, exactly. All right. Have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye. You both leave Burnished Biblios.
Give me a sec, Rowan. I gotta reset. And so I kind of, what? Can you give me the layout of the whole place, real quick? Because it's been a bit.
Yeah, you've both just come out of the store, and as you do, you are literally in the street now. Like it is like there is no sidewalk per se. Everybody kind of walks through the streets, and it's a somewhat nice day. So there are a lot of people out on the street. The store itself is, calling it a store is being generous. It is literally like a shack that looks like it has fallen slightly to the side and then bolted to the side of yet another building. That the building itself looks like it's not Oglin's per se, but you don't know. And to the left of it seems to be an alley, like a space, like an alley space, where then there's another building that ends on that side, and then immediately to the right is another alley and another building that way. So there are alleyways that separate a lot of these buildings, but the shop itself is not separated by an alley attached to this.
I tell Rowan I gotta reset real quick, and then I go to an alley.
Okay, make a perception check.
$18.
And make a stealth check for me, please.
I'd just like to point out I'm not resetting right away. I'm just going into the alleyway real quick.
Well, when you commit something to me, you got to be very specific. There's reasons.
Be right back.
Yes, I rolled high. Okay. Give me a sec. Where is it? 25.
5.
Stealth is +7, and I rolled an 18.
So Rowan, you and Galen leave the shop, and as you leave the shop, Galen just kind of starts looking around. At a reset. Goes, kind of looks around. Galen, you start looking around. Look into the alley on the left. You actually see there's like 2 or 3 people in that alley. Not doing anything specific. Kind of milling about the alley. Walk over to the right side. Kind of like, just casually start looking around, make your way into the alley. Rowan and Galen disappears into that alley. You see 2 grounds guard turning from the building. That is basically the alley that Galen looked first. Start walking around, actually towards you and Galen find this little dark, like this little dark corner that is basically like a doorway, and is thankfully like out of sight. Kind of jump into there. Just as you do, you can hear the clinking of the armor of 2 Crowns Guard coming down the alley. And Rowan, you actually see them turning down the alley. You set your disguise. It drops up. Is it the same elf disguise? Elf.
I thought I was still using my human disguise.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. All right, so it's human.
I was still,
okay.
Yeah, it's still my human disguise. The only time I ever used that elf disguise was when me and Rowan were planning on going out to find Sora, but we never did. And I haven't used that disguise since. Just letting you know.
Okay, no, that's good. That's good to know. That's good. All right, so you're human disguise, and just as you step out of the doorway in your human disguise, you actually knock into that are walking by. And he said, "Hey, be careful."
Yes, sorry.
Hey, you already day drunk?
Yep.
Okay. Get along, don't cause no trouble. Throw you in the break.
Don't worry, I got a friend.
Yeah, whatever. Get along. They continue along the way. Galen, you come back.
Are you totally drunk right now?
No.
Okay.
But I don't think it needs much convincing, seeing how I always drink. I just wasn't drinking as heavy as I usually do.
Okay. Well, I'm heading to the bakery. I'll see you later.
Alright, I'll head back to the, Actually, I think I might visit the music store real quick.
Alright, so Rowan, you make your way to the bakery. You're able to get whatever baked goods that you're looking for. Are you looking for anything?
Cinnamon rolls are good.
About how many?
Let's see, how many are we? I'll get a baker's dozen.
Okay, it costs about a silver.
I'd bring it back to the inn.
Galen, you make your way to the music store that you were told about earlier in the week. Got into Charleston Wall. If I remember correctly, that is the Singing Goliath. That is the name.
How long did it take to get in there?
From where you are, it's about another 15-20 minute walk. Because this one is actually on the Lockward side. You were in the northward side. We're now on the Lockward side. So yeah, so you get there, and in the front of the shop there is a plaque, which looks like the face of a Goliath, and the mouth is just like exaggeratedly wide open, and then there's like a note coming out of it. And are.
All right, I head in.
Okay. You head in, and the first thing that just comes to mind that kind of blows you away is how high the ceilings are. You walk in, and like immediately from where the doorway ended, the ceiling just continues, and you now are in basically it looks like a one large showroom where the ceilings are almost 50. And there are a number of instruments on all of the walls. You can see lutes, you can see lyres, you can see what look like oboes and flutes and all various types of instruments just kind of like lining the walls. Some look new, some look used. And there is a counter on the on the opposite side of this very, very large, essentially showroom. But there's nobody behind.
I just look around the store and see if I can find a nice looking loot.
Yeah, there's a couple of nice looking loots. again, some of them look brand new, some of them look a little used, some look like they may have twice. Like there are a number. I would probably say a good like 7 or 8. You just see right away. And as you do come in and the door has opened, there's no like bell or anything. You can hear what seems to be like in a back room behind it. I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay. I take one of the lutes and I start practicing on it. I string some of the strings. I don't know.
So as you string along the lute and it's like it starts making noise. Yeah. Wait. And then coming out of the back room, you see probably one of the largest people that you've seen before in your life. And you see this massive male Goliath. Just huge, he's wearing what looks like, if you're familiar with the old Hercules TV show, where he's just got like the bracers and a sleeveless shirt, regular shirt, regular pants and knee-high boots, right? He comes running out and he's like, doof, 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 and just runs right up to you, leaps over the counter, and then just stop! You didn't read the sign! And he points over, and there's this very small, very tiny, like, you can't read it from where you're at, but it's behind the counter. It's about like this big.
I put the lute back and I walk over to the sign. Give me a sec, I didn't notice. And I look towards the sign. What does the sign say?
The sign says no touching instruments without help.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, I didn't notice.
Oh yeah, it's not the first time I heard that, but thank you. But I'm here to help. So you may now touch.
Okay. How many lutes are there? And like on this wall of instruments?
Are you asking me, the DM, or are you asking
the DM?
Okay. You can see initially, unless you want to make like an investigation check where you're walking around the store counting all of them. You can see what looks like maybe 7 or 8 just right off the bat.
Okay. I pick back up the loot I put back, and I guess I do a little ditty, and I tell him I used to play. It's been a bit, but
make a performance check for me.
Uh, 17.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. You kind of strumming flute a little bit, kind of doing scales where it's just like testing, kind of testing your old reflexes of. It's a little out of tune, so it doesn't sound super great, but it has nothing to do with your skill. It has to do. And as that happens, the Goliath, who's just kind of like leaning over you and like looking down at you, goes, "Oh wait, hold on." He takes it from you very, very gently, and you see him just kind of like tightening the strings a little, and he just kind of holds it up to his ear, tightens it a little more. There you go, all tuned. Strum it again. You strum it again, and it's very nicely. It's been on the wall for some time.
I see.
Strings get a little loose.
Yeah, I remember something about that.
Yeah, so, interested in a lute, are we?
Yes, indeed. How much is it for this one?
I guess that is you're holding a lute.
Indeed. How much is it?
How much is what?
The loot I'm holding. How much is it?
Oh, the loot! Interested in the loot, are we?
I am indeed interested in the loot.
Oh, right. You know what? Let me go check. You see how much that'll be for? That specific loot, or just are you interested in others?
This one seems to be speaking to me, so I'll take this one.
Talking.
No. It's
You just said it was speaking. You know that's
what
extra.
I meant.
You know that's extra, right?
No,
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
I laugh with him.
It's not extra, but if it was talking to you, that would be pretty neat.
It would be. Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Let me go check. And he kind of walks back over to the counter, and then leaps over it again. Pulls out some books behind, and he starts like flipping through some pages. He's like, all right. That one is well, that particular loot right there has had 6 owners. It is what we considered lightly used, and therefore it will only cost you 20 gold pieces.
Okay. I give him 20 gold pieces.
Oh, thank you. He seems very shocked and surprised, and takes the money and puts it in his pouch. He goes, could I interest you in a nice leer?
Out of game, what is a leer?
It's like a mini harp.
Oh, okay.
Whereas a lute is like a guitar without a neck.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
It's
so
the best way to put
I always
it.
pronounced them as liars. I don't know why.
I am not a liar, sir.
No, it's you. I'm not saying you are. It's just how I.
I'm just fucking
them.
with you. He's just fucking with
you. No, I think I'm good at this. I'm more good at a lute than a leer.
All right. How about a nice pan flute? I've got a dozen of those.
Oh no.
No?
No, I'm terrible with those.
All right. I was just it's just a thought. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming into my establishment and buying this loot. I'm sure you'll give it a very nice home. Make sure to treat it nice. You want to oil it at least once a month, right? And go easy on the strings.
Okay.
But you might want to invest in some extra cat gut, so in case one of your strings pop. It happens.
Yeah, that'd be a smart idea.
It happens.
I assume you have some.
You assume correctly, sir. I have a pack of 6 catgut strings going at a measly rate of 1 gold.
I give him 1 gold is 10 silver, right? I give him 10 silver.
Thank you very much, sir. And he hands you. It's a folded, like it's basically a folded package. Kind of hands it over to you. Because the strings do pop. Even if you take care of it, it just happens.
Yep.
It's always good to have
All
extra,
right. Indeed.
Could I do anything else for you, sir?
No, I think I have everything.
Right.
Oh, Do you have any? I know you just mentioned it, but do you have oil to?
Indeed,
For this?
I do, sir. And he's still behind the counter, and he kind of reaches over, and there's these little like vials of oil, and he kind of starts pulling them out. And he pulls out 6, and he goes, "Each vial is only 1 silver. How many vials could I put you down for?"
I'll take 2.
2 silver, sir.
I give him 2 more silver.
Okay, take 2 silver. He takes the 2 vials, passes them over to you. Joy, sir, that is a quality oil, guaranteed to keep the. Not only it will give you a nice warm sound after you oil it. It, it'll go after a little bit, but there's nothing like a freshly oiled lube.
Can I do an insight to see if it is
Sure.
if he's lying to me?
Sure, make an insight check.
Or yeah. 13. Wait, no, not 13. Sorry.
What was that?
Okay, there we go. Okay, 17. All right.
17? He seems to be on the level.
Okay. Thank you for your time, sir.
No problem. You sure there isn't anything else I could do for you? Any other instruments that have got your ear?
Nah, I think this one's good.
Right. But if you walk by and any of the other instruments come and say, "Buy me," you should come in and we should talk.
All right, I will.
All right. It was a pleasure, and thank you for shopping at the Singing Goliath.
I nod and then I leave and I head back to the manor.
Okay. And as you leave, he's just standing there waving at you. Walk out, and you make your way back to the inn, right? All right. So, anybody else?
And that is my whole day.
Okay. Yep. No problem. Anybody else? Otherwise, we're just gonna fast forward. All right.
I give Leah the message.
Okay. Yeah.
Message received. Thanks.
Want a cinnamon roll?
Ooh, thanks. Yes.
There, just got them from the bakery.
I hand the little to the empty space behind me to Lucy.
Yeah, Rowan, you watched Leah kind of take a piece off the cinnamon roll, and she kind of like slowly brings her hand down, and you watch as just like the piece just disappears from her, like it just.
I'm never gonna get used to that thing.
We want to make Lucy feel like a valuable member of the team.
Thank you for being a member of the team, Lucy.
Rowan, you can actually hear very, very slowly, but you can hear. That's it.
Everyone's a critic.
All right. So, the day passes. You all have done your various day's journey or tasks or what have you here in Trostenwald. Interestingly enough, just like with Rowan and Galen, if you have left the inn, you find yourself without a chaperone for the first time. As there's no group of Crownsguard outside of the inn. We follow you all. And you do all rest for the evening at your respective rooms. Wake the next morning, another buffet, and you do remember that the memorial service is going to be an hour before sunset. So after breakfast, I guess after breakfast, all start to discuss, what's going to happen for the day's activities leading up to Memorial. Is there anything anybody wants to do before we get to that, or we're just gonna fast forward to that?
Should we bring flowers? Should we get new outfits again? I mean, what should we do? I'm asking the group, not the DM.
I think we're good.
Yeah, that's
I-
fine.
Don't think we need new outfits.
All right.
Flowers don't
Well,
seem so terrible, but
we can get flowers. Does anyone object to me putting up the picture I have of Hope sleeping, or is that in bad taste?
I think it'll help people picture what she looked like when she was alive.
Why do you have a picture of her sleeping?
I have a picture of all of you sleeping. It's the only time you sit still.
Okay.
I take out my sketchbook and show him.
I'm guessing I have a giant bubble coming out of my nostril. Like a cartoony bubble.
The snot bubble. Classic.
I think that would be a wonderful idea, Rowan.
If you don't like it, you can just say so. I won't be offended.
I said what I said when I said it.
Okay, well, maybe we should go a little bit early then.
Okay.
And, get some flowers on the way.
Okay, so you all prepare yourselves for the memorial service. All start to make your way to Von Scott Manor. We're all familiar with the way to get there now, as you've already been. Galen, I'm assuming that you are still in your human. Your human guys. So you all begin to make your way to the Von Scott Manor. As you're walking the streets, again, you've all been kind of moving about throughout the city, throughout the town, individually or with only maybe. You are a large group of 7. Do have some striking figures with you, excluding Sora, who is actually about maybe inches to a foot taller than most of you, and who is almost completely covered, making her a little more imposing, with a large staff in her, kind of making her way down all of you. Wall, who again, mostly children tend to kind of point and look at the man with the blue skin, especially with the whole hair like waving in a breeze that doesn't exist. It's a little off-putting to some people, but you all make your way without incident to the Von Scott Manor. As you get there, there is 2 guards, not Crown's guards. There are 2 guards that are in front of the gate, and as you approach, they kind of nod, and one of them begins to open the gate for all of you before you actually reach it. You are allowed entry. No one stops you. No one asks for your weapons. Are all granted entry into the Von Scott Manor as if you have always lived there. They just kind of nod to you, close the gate after you're all within, and the one that opened the gate begins to escort you walking up the cobblestone gateway pathway. Again, there are these. It hasn't gotten dark yet, but you can actually now see them in the light. What look like these little, basically floating glass orbs that are basically lining the cobblestone. And while they don't look remarkable at all, you do recall that in the evening there is a blue light that begins to light the path. As you make your way into the manor, they open the door for you. There is an elf, much older, who is at the door. Doors open for you by the guard. Very, very blue and grayish robes. You can actually see the crow's feet wrinkles in his eyes, and his hair is white with blonde streaks, depicting that this elf is very, very old. That you can actually see the age says something about how old this elf is. And as you enter, he goes, "Ah, yes, excellent. It's wonderful to meet you." You all enter into the main room. As you enter, the door is closed behind the guard. Guard leaves. Goes, I was not. I am the head of the household of all the poor. Real.
Likewise.
Taken in by them. Decided helping this. Thank you. Well, I never. He kind of turns and turns. It's a very, very graceful motion, and the robe that he's wearing just like very weird. It just like floats behind as he kind of turns, strides his way to the dining area, which you were all very. As he approaches the door opens, seemingly on its own. And as the door opens, you can actually see three individuals who are already seated at the dining table that you are all very familiar with. Bertrand, granddaughter. And as you walk in, he goes, "Ah, yes, welcome. Come. I see you have met. You've met our good friend, Audrey. Yes, he is. He's someone to be trusted." Audrey kind of bows very deep. Yes, of course. Yeah, Ardril kind of motions for all of you. You all take a seat. Ardril kind of like walks backwards. It's a very odd looking the way he does it. Kind of with his head kind of still bowed a little as he slowly raises it. He walks backwards, but it almost looks like he's floating. And as he does, the doors close in front of him. And Bertrand's like, yeah, please, sit. We have a few moments before we are still waiting. So, as you all said, he goes, yeah, so he actually kind of like points to his granddaughter. He please forgive me. This seems too much, but he actually had memorial service for Edward, three of us, family. He did this last evening. We really don't have anything recent of to inter for, you know. So, but we will be doing this along with your friend. He has been prepared, and as I said, we are just waiting for the actual. They are sending us a pre. This is someone via the family is familiar. I am not, but granddaughter. Like, yes, he has been very helpful, you know, to the family. But Papa has never met him. So, but when he arrives, he is rather. You will see. But please forgive us. We will be making our way, and she kind of stands up with her son. And says, "It will be. We have things to take care of and discuss for this evening. So, please forgive us for not being there for your best grandfather and for all of you."
Thank you. That's of course that's understandable. Bertrand, I would like to introduce you to our new friend Sora.
As you say this, and he looks, he goes, "Oh yes, I apologize. I hope it was not too impertinent of me invite her." He kind of looks at you, Sawyer, says, "It's a pleasure to meet you face to face. But I was informed that you had made each other's acquaintance, and considering that she probably has the maps that you require, that it's probably best for all of you and all of us get to know each other. Yeah."
The pleasure is mine. Thank you.
Yes. I apologize if it is. It seems impertinent of me, or a little. What is the word? Creepy.
Not at all. Not at all.
That I know things. As I have said, and he's wearing his monocle. As I said, and he points to it. My family and I tend to protect ourselves and others. We should know certain things, and considering that you are now part of the household, you should probably intend that in one form or another we will be keeping tabs on you, both for your protection and ours. I hope this is not upsetting.
This doesn't
Absolutely
upset
not.
me at all.
I
It's a
removed
lot.
my hood. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I just removed my hood and my my face covering.
As I said,
It's better than, you know, the Crown's Guard up our butts every minute.
he kind of chuckles. He goes, "Yeah, I had asked the lawmaster. I I suggested that it was no longer necessary."
Well, we greatly appreciate it.
Not at all. It's again very least I can.
And yes, it's no problem that you invited Sora because you're hosting the services at your home. You get to choose. You can choose who you wish to come through your front gate.
Yeah. I just thought, as I said, I think it is best that we all get to know each other. as members of the Von Scott household, and kind of looks at you, Sora, which by association with these fine individuals means that you are a probationary. I guess it would be the best way to say this. That uh, I am not. I do not know you. I know them, but you are now with them. So if they trust you, then I do as well. But they don't really know you. So just say we'll just say probationary. Yeah.
I nod my head and say, of course, I'm not offended. There should be a probationary period for whenever you meet somebody new.
Yeah, yeah, this is very true. Very true. Um, as he finishes saying this, Ardril kind of, the door slightly creaks open. Ardril sticks his head in and he goes, Matt. Oh, yeah, yeah, very good. Has he been taken to the. Yes, he is. Very good, very good. Alright, so let us. He kind of gets up. And again, he has a cane, ivory cane that basically leaning on and walking. And once again, he begins to lead you through the house, outside, onto the actual grounds. And as you go onto the grounds, he begins to take you what seems like essentially a hedge maze. And you're not in the hedge maze for very long. But as you make your way through the maze, eventually you do start to see an area that is made up of. There's a small wooden gate, stone wall with some fencing along it that make up the perimeter of what you can see looks like a mausoleum. He takes you through the wooden gate, and you are all now standing in front of this beautifully stone-crafted mausoleum. It's the only thing there. You can see what look like markers around the mausoleum. Not sure if those are actually, but there are some markers around the mausoleum itself. But it is a singular stone mausoleum. There are on the sides of the mausoleum are what look like winged female figures, just kind of like standing very very stoic and still, with the wings folded behind them, on their back, not outstretched by any means. Very very beautiful. There is Arathis iconography carved all around the actual border of the roof of this mausoleum. And standing by the mausoleum, there is a very, very elderly human. Much more elderly than the one that you met when you were all basically when the spell Zone of Truth was cast on you 2 nights prior. This he is like, this might be his last day. That's just looking at him. That's kind of what. But he's in these immaculate, beautiful white and gold robes. Standing behind him are 2 similarly robed individuals. They are unlike this priest. They are hooded. They have their hoods up and they're kind of like have their hands in their both hands folded in front of them. Their heads kind of bowed, so you can't. And in front of the mausoleum is, you see what you would assume hope, wrapped up in a beautiful red silk cloth, kind of on almost on like a table, stone table that is in front of the mausoleum door. And right next to mausoleum door is a small round table with what looks like a pitcher and a number of goblets around. And as you approach, um, the priest, I pull up his name. The priest, who's so old, he forgets his. For a moment, he's just kind of standing there. Uh, um, Bertrand actually approaches him and he goes, Father Glasgow, yes? Yes, I am Father Glasgow. Church of Rathus. Pleasure to meet you finally in person. And as you look, like, he has a very immaculate white, like, it's just, it comes down almost just right to, almost to his clavicle, but it's very immaculate trimmed. But you can't see his mouth. Like, his hair, like, everything, like, his mouth is just completely covered in silver white hair. And he has none on top, just liver spots, just all over the top of his head. Deep, craggy wrinkles. And interestingly enough, like his skin is very, very dark and almost looks tough, like he spent a lot of time out in the sun. And he's got a white staff that is just kind of like matches his robes. He goes, yes, I've been here with your family. I've heard so much about you. It is an honor that you asked me to come for the services today. Bertrand is like kind of waiting for him to finish. Yeah. Thank you. It is my granddaughter. She speaks very highly of you. I am thankful that you are here as well. And the priest says, he kind of turns to all of you and goes, it's a pleasure. Very nice to meet all of you.
Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you for presiding over our friend's service. I look around. Is there an appropriate place for me to place the picture?
Outside of what you saw, what you've seen, actually, you know what? Make a perception check.
$13.
The only place that you can see to put the picture would be on the small table where the pitcher and the goblets are, like probably like right in front of the pitcher. Outside of that, nothing. You also notice as you're looking around, especially you being a druid, notice. So the seasons are starting to turn at this point in time. And so while there are still flowers and bushes and trees that are holding their green, for the most part, you can see a lot of trees starting to turn orange, brown, those kind of colors. But inside the perimeter of this wall, this stone wall, everything is green. Nothing seems. In fact, there seems to be almost a consistent, like, that springtime that you like, that fresh smell, warm air kind of feel that spring sometimes brings. Seems to be within, but as you can clearly see the trees outside of it. It's a very stark. So, I, if you are all ready, we can begin. Very well.
Okay.
So what happens at this point is the two robed individuals behind Father Glasgow. One of them actually, he is wearing like almost like a robe belt, rope belt. I'm sorry, and hanging on the rope belt, that there's like a sensor chain. Um, and he kind of nods, and both of them have one, and they take the sensors out and they begin to light, and incense starts to kind of like lit. As the sensor, they start to walk around the body of Hope, and they basically kind of almost they kind of both they start at almost where you would assume her start to walk around, kind of waving to go around in a circle to back up again. As they continue this, you watch as Father Glasgow continue to mumble under his breath. You're not entirely sure what, but he's mumbling. Together, back where they started. Um, Father Glasgow. Gathered friends and family, we are gathered here today. Remember those impact lives no longer. Kind of motions over to Edward von, youngest son of Bertrand. What? And Hope. Kind of motions to all of you. Rather says that none of us truly die. We just take up the battle. Justice. Right. Other play. If we had led just and right life, Athos takes us in and empowers us to continue the fight. For the fight for justice is never truly over. Fight that can never be won, unfortunately. But those who have justice in their hearts will always be with us. He kind of motions to Bertrand. So, as I have said, we have private memorial. Last evening, just the family. See that he's kind of choking up a little. Edward was the youngest of my children, and his heart was very big. And it was this reason, because of his heart, which not only was very big, but very, very. Anyone with senses in their skull could see where his heart was. And it was this reason that he, for much of his youth, was a heartbroken individual. He put his trust in many and was ultimately he was fooled too many times, but he never let it close his heart. When he disappeared, I feared that was again instance where someone had taken advantage of. Whether or not that happened, we still cannot say. I was very sure that it had that, but the more I think on it with everything that happened, you can see now that he's starting to kind of choke up a little bit. I am unsure whether it was someone else who had hurt him or if it was me. We did not always get along. He tried to find who he was. Doing so, did not approve of some of his. And I believe that is what ultimately drove him away. But I truly believe that wherever he is now, his heart is still big. It is open. And the father has said he continues to fight for justice, right? Wherever. And now you can kind of see, like, you can see that he's starting to cry. His monocle actually kind of like falls from his eye and is dangling chain on the jacket. And he seems like he wants to say more, but is starting to get a little choked up. And the father kind of walks over. He goes, "That's very, very beautiful. I am sure, as you said, that he continues to fight for Arathis and justice wherever he may be." If you like to say a few words, any of you, about your friend Hope.
Jarina, did you want to say something? I think you were the closest to her.
I'm not very good at speaking, but yes, I shall say a few words.
Very well. He kind of motions.
I think I speak for all of us when I say that we didn't really know Hope as well as we could have. We didn't get to spend a lot of time, but in the short amount of time that we did get to spend with her, as cautious as new people meeting for the first time can be, I did see her try to open up, at least to me and some other individuals. And I feel as though she had a lot of good intentions, um, even just by her last actions, not caring about the dangers, just focusing on saving other people, was enough to show her true heart, at least to me. Um, in reading her notes, she was very mathematical in her writing, about the facts, about the major details. Although she wasn't sure if she could trust us, I think that she did find a place in our kind of misfit group. And I just hope that wherever she may be now, she'll be proud of us in our future adventures, in following our own hearts and hoping that we will help others we come across who are in need of help as well. I think she will be proud of us watching over. I don't really know what else to say. She will be missed. And I am sad that we won't be able to get to know each other as much anymore.
Shit.
I think Squall died.
He's very emotional.
I agree. I think she was probably the kindest of us and had the biggest heart of us. And she was definitely the most courageous.
And the father kind of looks at everybody, waiting to see if anybody else had anything to say. It looks like that doesn't. That's pretty much it. Father goes, "Those are very beautiful words. It seems from what I've been told and from what you have said, there was justice in her heart. I have no doubt, wherever she may be, with Edward, he is still fighting for that justice." Kind of turns around and kind of nods to the two hooded, robed individuals. They take the sensor around Hope's. They walk around Hope's body one more. They click the sensors onto their belts. And they walk over to the large, massive stone doors of the mausoleum. One raises his left hand, the other one raises his right hand. They place them on the sides of the wall, and as they do, you can hear a and you can watch as these massive stone, very thick stone doors start to slowly open. And as they slowly begin to open, you watch as Hope's body begins to levitate off of the stone table, and the two individuals move over to either side, and very very like lightly, just kind of like touching, like very lightly touching the side, each side of Hope, kind of very very gently begin to glide and guide her body into the mausoleum. As the body begins to float away, you can see that the stone slab that she was resting on actually begins to lower in the ground until it's actually part of the cobblestone pathway that is leading up to the mausoleum. And you watch as they slowly enter this mausoleum, and then after about a moment or two, no longer see them, and the mausoleum slowly start to close behind. At that moment, Father Glasgow goes, "And with dash the interring of the body. That I these procedures. We are concluded for this memorial service. Master Von Scott. Bertrand you can see him, he's like this whole time, he's just kind of like, kind of wiping tears away. And he kind of like stands up straight, takes a deep breath. He goes, yeah, so for the final of it, it is old Zemnian tradition that we toast the honored dead and mark their passing as we remember them and all the good that they have done in their lives and all of the good that they have brought to our lives. So please join me. And so he walks over to the small table, and very, very, very gently and almost reverently, he takes the picture that you put of Hope, looks at it a little oddly, but places it down very, very carefully and gently, and he begins to pour from the pitcher into the goblets, and he motions for each of you to take a goblet. The father takes a goblet as well. Bertrand takes the goblet and he goes, "To the honored dead, to those who have touched our lives, who are no longer with us in body, but will always be with us in spirit. They are never truly gone."
Here, here.
So he drinks, the father drinks. All of you take a drink. I need all of you to make Constitution saving throws for me, please. Right. Serena, what'd you get?
5.
Hey, Rowan.
22.
Okay. Zara?
7.
Okay. Squall?
14.
Leah?
15.
I got a roll for Phoebe, but I'll just get Galen's first. Galen, what'd you get?
16.
Pull up Phoebe's sheet. Saving throw. Okay. So you all drink from these goblets, and as you drink from these goblets, it is a very nice red wine. Something a little off about it. And as you're standing there, kind of drinking and kind of looking at your cups of what you just drank, you watch as Father Glass goes, "Mm, mm," and just passes out and falls over backwards onto the ground. You all look like,
Father?
yeah, you all look, what? Um, Bertrand is kind of like shaking his head. Jarina, Sara, yeah, Jarina and Sara, uh, you all watch the father fall, and you both almost have the same thought of like, oh, that looked like it hurt. I should help him. And then you both watch as the ground starts rushing up to you, and you are both asleep. conscious.
Mhm.
Rowan, let's see, Rowan, Wall, Leah, Galen, and Phoebe. You do not fall unconscious, but you do feel don't feel well. You all have everybody has you have disadvantage on attacks and saving throws for the next hour. You've all been poisoned. Immediately,
Mm.
as this is happening, and you watch as the father and Jarina and Sora just drop to the ground. And you're all like, oh, I don't feel good. You immediately hear rustling from the tree line outside of the wall, and you watch as one, two, three, one, two, just these hooded figures in green and brown cloaks, just start jumping over the defense, running towards all of you. That's where we're gonna take a break.
Okay.
What? Desecrating a funeral? Come on now.
Yeah, who would do that? I mean,
Darn it.
who would do that?
How
So
tall are they?
I don't know. All right, so we're gonna go on break. We'll be back here in about. We'll come back in about 15 minutes or so, and when we get back, we'll see what happened, what's going on. So yeah, so just stick with us. Back in a bit. Okay, we're back. And now I need you all to roll initiative.
Okay. Back to my good old rolls.
Dad, you said we're poisoned, right?
Yes, you are poisoned for the next hour. You have disadvantage on attacks and saving throws.
Just marking it on my conditions on D&D Beyond.
How dare you? How dare you be vigilant?
Alrighty. So let's do this thing. All right, Jarina, what you get?
16.
16. Galen.
Yeah, 23.
All right, Leah.
20 not natural.
Alrighty. Squall.
7.
Nice. Right on brand. Rowan.
7.
Okay, which one of you has the best dexterity? What's your
Don't I get a roll?
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Do you have 7 also? Because then this would be irrelevant.
Nope.
Okay.
I didn't realize somebody else had 7 too besides Squall.
Okay. So between Squall and Rowan, what is your dexterity bonus?
Mine's +1.
+2.
+2. Okay, so Squall will go first. For when you guys get to it. Sora, what'd you get?
5.
Alrighty, and I go roll for Phoebe. This should be interesting. And Phoebe gets a 12. Okay. All right. Galen, what's your dexterity bonus?
One sec. Are we talking about saving throws or just base?
No,
dexterity?
your dexterity bonus. What is
+5.
Okay. Alrighty, so yeah, so this is where you were all surrounding the table. For just so you have edification, this figure, which is a skeleton, because he's practically on death's door, because how old he is the father. This right over here is Bertrand. Actually, he was not affected. Jarina is passed out. Sora is passed out. And then you saw these individuals.
Oh, Dad, I have to roll for Maya too, right?
No, I'm rolling for Maya. Okay, so you see, at first you see 6 of these individuals, 3 on one side, 3 on the other, jump over the wall. And Galen, you go first.
Alright, where am I on this map?
You are right here.
Okay. Am I right next to the, Who am I next to, actually?
You are right to your left is Rowan, to your right is Bertrand.
Alright, and because there's a tree blocking the way, how many guys are right behind me?
3.
Alright. Seeing how I am in a bad predicament, I am going to do, patient defense.
Okay, you spend a key point. You take patient defense. If you don't want to spend a key point, just so you're aware, you can take the dodge as an action for the same effect.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Instead.
All right. So instead of patient, anybody could do that for their action. You can basically choose to dodge, and it will give disadvantage on whoever attacks you for that round. All right. So your action is that you're going to dodge. Do you want to move? You want to stay where you're at? What do you want to do?
I'm more or less protecting the, why does his name keep escaping my mind?
Bertrand.
I'm pretty much, like, gonna be a meat shield for him.
Okie dokie. Alright, so next up is, let's see. Alright. Let's see. Alright, so Leah.
Yes.
This is 24 hits, yes?
It's me, yeah.
Okay.
What happened?
So, out of nowhere, you hear and you feel this pain in your arm, and you look down, and there's a crossbow bolt in your arm. You take... you take 8 points of piercing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
$16.
16, okay. So you only take... You take 11 poison damage, which is actually halved of what you would have normally took if you didn't pass that Constitution saving throw.
On top of the 8?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
And you You notice that the when you look to see where it's coming from, you can see like somewhere back here, about maybe 80 feet away, you see a black cloaked individual with a crossbow, and then they duck down, and they think that they're pretty hidden, but you're looking right at them. Leah, it is now your turn.
I'm gonna crouch down to Lucy and say very quietly, "Go rip his throat out," and then I'm gonna draw my crossbow on him.
Okay. So you tell Lucy to go rip his throat out, and you feel that weight that has been kind of like around your leg kind of disappear. Okay. Hold on while I get Lucy's. What is Lucy's speed?
Let me check because I don't have that up.
Yeah, you should have if you whenever you want to use it. It should be in your extras.
Okay, it says speed 40 feet.
40 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Um. Yeah, you feel that weight disappear, and then nothing. Uh. So. So what are you going to do next? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna train my crossbow on him and take a shot.
Okay. What's the range?
Let me get back to that page. The range is 80 feet.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You think it'll be just about that range.
How far away is this guy? I'm assuming it's over by the tree in the corner.
He's actually off the map, but you are able to see him. And he is behind some bushes which give him some cover. So it'll be a little more difficult to actually shoot at him, but you can see him from where he is.
Is he behind the wall?
Yeah, he is on the other side of the wall behind some bushes, but you can see like the top of his head and his shoulders kind of sticking out.
Then I'm gonna move a little closer and hide behind the wall after I shoot him.
All right, so try shooting. You going to shoot first?
Okay.
Well, no, I was asking, are you going to shoot first, or are you going to...
Oh no, I want to move closer first.
Okay. There is literally a guy running at you, though.
Running at you?
Yeah, I'll move this tree so you can see.
Oh, that's a guy? I thought it was a bush.
No, there's 1, 2, 3 guys running. They just jumped over and are running now towards your group.
I see. Well, then I'm going to take out one of them.
Okay.
Turn around and take out the one to the left.
All right, this one right here?
Yes.
All right, with what, your crossbow?
Crossbow, yeah.
All right, go for it.
+19 +6 is 25.
Oh, yeah, that definitely hits.
So it's 1d6 +4. I rolled a 2, so it's 8.
8.
2 + 4 is 6. Sorry,
Yeah.
6.
6 damage?
Yes.
Okay. All right, yeah. So you turn, you swing, you shoot at this guy with the crossbow. It sinks right into his shoulder, and he goes, ugh, and he just pulls it out, and he's still running towards you.
Who's nearest to me?
To your right is Rowan. To your left is Phoebe.
Okay, I'm gonna try to push Phoebe down with me to like to give her a heads up so she gets out of the way.
Okay. She kind of sees what you're doing, and she kind of nods as she's pulling out her bow.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Jarina, you're up.
Okie dokie. I'm passed out though, right?
Yep. Sure are. That's your turn.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, you are snoring soundly. Anybody
Am I
who's
considered unconscious?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, anybody who's next to her, or not even not next to her, you can clearly see. Oh, and by the way, Maya, when you fell, she flew up and is now resting at the top of this mausoleum. Come on. All right, so that's Jarina's turn. All right. So, next are these guys who are running at you guys. So, all right. So I'm just gonna move these trees so you can see what's going on. So this guy, you watch as this guy right here actually takes a knee and pulls out from that's hanging on his back a very very large crossbow. Gets down on his knee, and just kind of hold and just stays there with the crossbow cocked, just kind of like looking and getting ready. These two this one also pulls out a heavy crossbow from that's hanging on his back, gets down on his knee, and prepares. Doesn't fire, but just looks like he's getting ready. These two, one of them reaches out to you, Squall, and tries. He's going to try and grapple you.
Okay.
That is going to be a 16. Does a 16 hit you?
Against my armor class?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 16 just hits.
Okay, he runs up on you, and he just grabs you, like almost like in a bear hug. And you hear him say to the guy right next to him who's also run up on you, "I got him. Get his legs." So the other one is also going to try and grapple you. He has advantage because you are already grappled. Yeah, that's an 18. So you are grappled by both of these individuals, lifted off of the ground. One has you by the arms, the other one has you by the legs. That's all they can do right now.
Okay.
And then these guys. Fuck it. They kind of run around. They use their action to dash and get around. And that is their turn. And now it is Phoebe's turn. So Phoebe's just kind of like looking around. She's not sure what's happening. She sees these two guys grab Squall. I'm just gonna see. Let's see. These two guys grab Squall, and she's gonna turn around and try and shoot the one that has your legs. So that is going to be 14 that hits. And she is going to hit him for 12 damage, 12 piercing damage. But as that happens, the two heavy crossbow guys, well, the one over here is going to take a shot at her because he was holding his attack. So somebody did something. And so he is going to try to attack her. It misses. Does not hit. Does not hit with a 6. Clearly flies by her face. Does not seem very happy about it, but doesn't get hit. Okay. And that was Phoebe's turn. Actually, she's gonna move. See if she can get in a better spot. Rowan, it's now your turn. Squall, you're on deck.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Squall went before me.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, I do got.
That's right. That's right. So Squall, it is your turn.
I'm still grappled by one person, right?
No, you're grappled by 2 people right now. So.
Oh, they didn't. Okay, the person on my legs didn't break. Okay.
No, it did break. So.
I imagine my only option right now would be to try to break free from the grapple.
Yeah. So it would be a contested strength check. But you are trying to, since you are grappled by 2 people, you're essentially only able to undo a grapple by 1 at a time. So you can choose which one you want to try and break free from, the legs or the arms.
I'm going to try to break free from the arms.
Okay. So roll me, this is going to be a strength check. So D20 and your strength modifier.
That's going to be a 13.
13. 15. You're kind of trying to break free, but you have no leverage since your legs are lifted off the ground, and it's really hard. He's really holding you tight. You can actually see that he's starting to pull. He's trying to pull out some rope from a pouch on his side, but he's more concerned with actually holding you and keeping you held and moving than anything else. So that's your action. Your movement at the moment is considered 0. You do have a bonus action. I don't know what you want to do with your bonus action.
Can I manifest my echo while being grappled?
Is there anything that says you can't?
Not that I can see.
I will say, what I will say is this. Because you're being grappled and held and being pulled, your concentration is going to be very difficult. So I will say, roll me a wisdom saving throw. And we'll see if you're able to do it or not.
16.
Okay. Yeah, you manifest your echo. Where would you like to manifest it?
I'd like to manifest it like right next to me, like adjacent to me, left or right. I guess wherever there's a space.
Okay.
Yeah.
So boom. Just pops up, and you can hear 2 of the guys go fuck in surprise as it just appears.
Okay, and I think that's gonna be my turn.
Yep, that's your turn. Okay, Rowan, is now your turn.
I'm seeing this mess, and I cast Entangle on that pile of idiots that are trying to get Squall.
Okay, what is the DC and what do I have to roll? Just say it in the spell for you.
The range is 90 feet. It says hit DC is strength is 14.
Okay, and what's the radius?
And it's 20 feet.
20 feet. Okay. So, where
then,
are you throwing it exactly? Just in that area where all those guys are, or?
Let's see. There's two on either side of him, correct?
Yeah, they've grabbed him and lifted him off the ground.
Okay, so the two to his left, I'm gonna focus on.
These two?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that way, I'm gonna try not to get Squall in the mix.
Okay. So.
Yep. Just get them on the edge there, and if you can get the guy in the back too, that'd be great. But.
Well, it is a 20-foot radius, so.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said 14 strength?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be for the first guy. First guy fails. Strength is only okay. First guy fails. Guy that's holding Squall feet succeeds. The guy in the back succeeds. Squall, I need you to make a strength check for your echo.
Okay. A saving throw or just a just a contested strength check?
It's a strength check. Does it say saving throw, Rowan, or strength? Just strength.
It just says strength.
Okay, so yeah, it's just a strength check.
Okay, well, not 20, 22 total.
Okay, yeah. So these vines begin to grow wildly. And Rowan, you've never actually seen them grow this fast. They just kind of like almost get spit out of the ground super fast. This guy is the one who failed. Everybody else succeeded. But
That's all treacherous ground now.
Difficult terrain, yeah.
That's what I meant.
So all that area is difficult terrain. It's going to be double. It's going to be half your movement to move through all of that.
Can I do something else?
That was your action, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have movement and a bonus action.
Can I wild shape as a bonus action?
Is your wild shaping is a bonus action?
Okay. I'd like to wild shape into a wild boar.
Okie dokie.
And then I'd like to charge at the guy behind me.
Well, you can move towards him. Charging would be an action.
Oh, okay.
All right, so you.
Little piggy.
Yeah. So you wild shape into a wild boar. Do you want? You can still move towards him. Do you want to move towards him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got 40 feet of movement, so.
So, as you do that, and you charge towards him, The other guy's reaction is going to go off. As he was still aiming his crossbow, he's going to try and shoot at you with his heavy crossbow. Does a 17 hit your bore AC?
Let me check. Yes.
Okay, so you will take you will take 10 piercing damage as you are shot with the heavy crossbow.
Okay.
Ready? Okay, so that's your turn, and now it is Sora's turn. Sora, you are snoring it up. That's your turn. All right, Galen. Actually, at this time, hold on. At this point, it is actually Maya's turn. One second. So Maya is going to fly down. So many people and things I have to track. Hold on one second. I'm sorry, everybody. Here she is. Okay, so she is going to fly down. And she's going to land on you, Jarina. And she is going to... she fell. No. He's dead. She is going to... She's going to try and wake you the only way she knows how. She's going to bite you. She has advantage because you're unconscious and not moving. Does an 11 hit you?
No, my AC's 14.
Okay, somehow she tries biting you, but it's your coat, the thickness of your coat actually stops the bite from having much of an effect. And it has no effect on you, but she's kind of like, she's still looking around, and it looks like she's trying to protect you. She's like on top of you trying to protect you. Bertrand, not knowing what the fuck is going on, you watch as he pulls from his cane a sword. It just pulls it out. One of those hidden cane swords. And he's just gonna back himself up over here next to Maya and Jarina, and he still seems like very out of it from the poison he just drank, but he's still just kind of like standing there, almost like in a defensive position. He's essentially gonna take the dodge action in case anybody tries to attack. All right. So that is all of their turns. We're back at the top of the round. Galen, it is your turn. What's up, Galen?
So much to do.
So much happening.
Indeed. I think I'm just gonna body slam into the already existing piles of bodies.
Wait. Excuse me? What do you mean by body slam? You're gonna have to explain that to me.
All right, I'm not gonna literally just jump on everybody and just make a pile of humans, but um, I'm going to go over to the massive group of assassins that are over Squall.
Okay. All right, you're like right up in their grill.
I stomp on one of them. I actually no, I kick one of them, uh, grappling Squall in the face.
Okay. What is your intent? Are you just trying to hurt them, or do you
Oh, I'm
want
just
them to?
hurting them.
Okay, you're just hurting them. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So roll for attack. This would be considered an unarmed attack.
Uh, 22.
That definitely hits.
Yes. Nine damage.
Nice. All right. Yeah, you kick him in the head. You don't get him exactly in the head. You kind of get him like in like the neck, in between the neck and the ear, like in that area. It still hurts like a bitch because you watch his head kind of snap back and oh fuck. But he doesn't. He's still up. Seems pissed more than anything else. But is not letting Squall go and is continuing to try and drag him away. So that is your action.
Guess my bonus action. Who else is around me? I know that there's the two.
All right. So
people.
yeah. So since you moved directly to your left, sleeping is Sora, and directly to your right, sleeping is Jarina with Maya on top of her.
And who else is standing? Like anybody, and I'm talking about anybody in my area of attack.
Standing? Yeah, there is the other guy who's holding Squall's legs. And the guy you hit. That's it.
All right. I guess I am going to try and all right. How does the grapple mechanics work? Can I like slit the guy's throat while they're trying to grapple somebody? Or
No, you would have to try to break his grapple, but that's an action. You already took your action. So it would essentially be like a contested strength check. It's like you're trying to pull him away from or off of uh, uh, Squall.
okay.
If you did enough damage where he went unconscious and died, then he would absolutely let Squall go. But you didn't do that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do a flurry blows and continue kicking the guy in the head.
All right, go for it. It's 2 unarmed strike. Remember, you have disadvantage on attacks because you are poisoned. Did you take that into account with your first attack?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. Well, moving forward, for
Yes.
these next two, they're both at disadvantage.
Okay. Uh, 15.
That hits.
Okay. I'll roll one more time.
Yep.
For the other kick. 14.
Yep, that hits. All right, so both hits. Roll damage.
Altogether is around 14 damage.
Around 14 or is 14?
I mean 14. It is 14.
Okay.
Together is 14. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said around.
All right. Okay, yeah, you after the first kick, whack, another 2 kicks to the face, and he is reeling, but he's still up and still holding on to Squall. That's good. That's a good hit. Good hit. Alrighty. So next up, all right. So this is what's gonna happen. Leah, the guy who you sent Lucy after, starts running away. Lucy was able to get up to him by using his movement and his dash action, but he couldn't do anything else. So, but the guy doesn't see him because he's still invisible. So he's running away. Lucy gets an attack of opportunity on the guy, and he gets advantage because the guy does not know that he's there. So I need you to roll an attack using Lucy's stats.
Does Lucy have any bonuses?
You want him to, so you with his claws, it's +4.
Okay, Lucy rolled a nat 20.
Okay, that absolutely hits the guy. So roll me 1d4, please.
One. It was just a 1.
Just a 1? Okay. So the guy takes 4 piercing damage. Well, the first thing that happens is Lucy pops out of invisibility because he attacked. The guy takes 4 piercing damage. He also needs to make Constitution saving throw. Which funny enough, he fails. And he takes, roll 2d4 for me, please.
A 4 and a 2.
So 6.
Yes.
So he takes 6 poison damage. And he is poisoned for a minute as all of a sudden this little creature pops out of nowhere and just starts slashing at his leg as he runs away. And he goes, ah! And you hear Lucy go, the guy's still running though. Now before he looked like he was trying to adjust position, but now is freaked out. He does run. He's just on the other side of this wall. Fortunately, you can't see him. He's right over here. See if I can, right there, for frame of reference. And he is going to shoot at Galen. Does not get sneak attack.
I have something called deflect missile.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Meaning I could either deflect it or
Well,
catch it in my hand
well,
as a
well,
reaction.
Well,
but-
read it to me.
Okay.
This is how we
There's
learn our
two
rules.
variations.
Mhm.
We There's 2 variations. Hold on. All right. So the bottom one is if you reduce damage to. Okay, that's not what it actually does. All right. The top one is you can use a reaction to deflect or catch a missile, pretty much a dagger or some sort of ranged weapon. When you do so, the damage you take is reduced by d10 plus 8. If you reduce the damage to 0 and have a free hand, you can pretty much catch it or spend a key point and make it into a ranged weapon.
Okay, so he's going to try and shoot you. And that is going to be 17 to hit.
That misses.
Okay, so it just flies by your head, so you don't even have to worry about the deflect missile. And he had disadvantage on that anyway, because he's poisoned. Now that was the lowest of it. All right, so that was his turn. Leah, it's now your turn.
I see that there's a pile of everybody's in melee over to the left.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And is that Rowan as a badger going after this green ninja?
You see a boar with tusks.
I'm a wild boar.
Yeah, with tusks and everything, just like, and just running at this dude like full tilt.
Okay. So she's engaged with it, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go over to it to get into melee range with my rapier,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take a swipe at him. I rolled a nat 20.
Nice. That definitely hits. Roll for damage.
Okay, 1d8 plus 5. Okay, so 2 plus 5 is 7.
So you said 7 damage?
Yeah, 7 damage.
Okay.
Do I double it or no?
Yeah. Since you that's a crit, so you double the dice. You don't double your bonus. So what did you roll on the dice?
2.
2. So that's 4, plus whatever your bonus is.
5. So 9 total.
So 9 total. Okay.
Plus, since she's engaged, don't I get sneak?
Maybe flanking.
You're not. She's not exactly flanked, but you could be. Hold on. You actually can't get into flanking position from where you were at. Yeah, you do get sneak attack.
Okay. So that's 2d6. 8.
8. All right. Yeah, he's not happy. He's still up, but you have sliced into his side with your rapier, running up on him quickly as his attention is fully on this boar charging at him. You just like ninja run, up to him and just slice him really quick with your rapier, doing a whole lot of damage he was not expecting. But he's still up.
I'm gonna disengage.
All right. And you have about 10 more feet of movement. So where would you like to go?
I'll back up 10 feet.
All right.
Tip out the wall and crouch a little bit to use some of the wall as cover.
Okay. Alrighty. So that's your turn. Drina, is your turn. And this is my mistake, so I apologize. You can make a Constitution saving throw to try and get out of this sleep. I do apologize to you and Sora. That was my mistake. You should have been able to do that last turn.
No worries. Constitution saving throw, I got a nat 19.
Okay, you slowly start to rouse to the sounds of combat around you and your face in the ground. There is a weight on you, and you look and you can see that Maya is kind of like on your chest. Kind of like, she looks like she's like crouched and ready to attack anybody coming at you.
Instead of 19.
You are still asleep.
Got it.
So you slowly think you're rousing to the sounds of battle. Then you realize, oh, this is a nice dream, and just continue to sleep.
DM,
Yes.
can I make a suggestion without you looking at me too harshly?
Maybe.
Since you forgot to give them their rolls last time around, do you really have to make it at disadvantage this time around?
Yes, because there's two separate effects to the poison. One is sleep, and the other is the poison effect. So, okie doke.
Okay.
So that was Jarina's turn. All right. Next up are these guys, these attackers. All right. This one who is entangled in all these ropes is like, fuck, what the fuck? He's gonna try and roll to break out of the, out of all of these vines wrapping around him, and he fails. He's just still not having a great time with these things around him. This one is going to re-knock his heavy crossbow and shoot it at the echo. And that is going to be... Yeah, I don't think he does that with a 6. Yeah, it just flies right past the echo. You hear him go, fuck! The one right next to the echo here is going to try and take a swing. And they have pack tactics. So, because his friend is in 5 feet of him, he does get advantage on his attack roll. The first one is a 12. Second one, much better, is a 23. So the 23 hits your Echo, Squall?
You said 23?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it shares my AC, so yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that hits. And your Echo only has 1 hit point, right?
Right. It would immediately get it comes down, but
it poofs.
I could just bring it back up as it poofs.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah. So your
Oof.
Echo gets hit and you just watch as it just scatters into these very translucent black, like almost like little atom balls. The two that are that still are grappling you are going to try and move you through the entanglement, so their speed is halved. So they can only move. They can move in total. Their speed is 30. They were going to dash, would make it 60, so they can move 30 feet both with you. So 20, 25, 30. Oh wait, no. And they're carrying you, which also halves it, so they can only move 15.
Right.
So 5, 10, 15. Yeah. So they only make it this far. Galen, you actually no. No, you haven't used your reaction yet. So you have an attack of opportunity on either one of those guys. You get to pick which one.
I'm gonna continue with the guy that I was initially kicking, but this time I'm gonna take out my knife because I'm like, oh shit, they're dragging away.
Yep.
So this time I'm not joking around.
Okay. Yeah, and you can see them pulling him through like this massive vines that have grown from the ground. You've seen Rowan do this before. Oh, by the way, Rowan, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, as since you were hit and you're concentrating on this entangle. We need to see if it's going to stay up from the last time you got hit.
I had a nat 20, but the other one I rolled. Hold on.
And remember, saving throws are at disadvantage, Rowan.
Yeah, I know. Oh wow, 20 non-natural.
Okay. Rowan, what'd you get?
9.
9? Okay. I will say for the sake of all of this that they were still hampered by the entanglement so far, but the entanglement is now down. The vines are starting to
concentration. It's supposed to last for a minute, a solid minute.
Yeah, but when you get hit, your concentration falters, and you have to make a roll to see if you're still concentrating, and the spell stays up. So you were hit before as your boar while concentrating. That's what this was for. So, but we'll say that the entanglement is still it's fading slower than it normally does. Again, like the vines grew super fast, and which was very weird. And now, but since you were hit and the spell dissipated, they seem to be staying a little bit longer. So we'll say that they stay up for this round at least, and next round they'll be down.
Okay.
Again, my apologies. It's the first game back in the new year, and there's a lot going on for me to keep track of, so I do apologize. All right, so you said you got a 20 not natural on that guy?
Yes.
All right, so roll for damage.
I already did, and that's a 9.
9 damage. All right, yeah, you hit him with the knife, with the dagger, and he is now, like, you can actually see, you get him on the side of his arm. There's blood pouring down the arm. He's still not letting go of Squall. His face is getting very pale from what you can see. His face is actually mostly covered, but you can see like his hands and around his eyes. Skin is getting pale. He's moving a little more sluggishly than you would expect in vines. But he's still moving with the other guy. All right, and then the guy in front of Rowan is going to try and attack this big boar that is charging at it. And that's a natural 1.
Mr. Pig.
Mr. Pig. Yeah, he got a nat 1. So
that's some pig.
Yeah, it's some pig. He's amazing. So with that nat 1, he goes to take a swing and winds up hitting himself in the leg for 4 bludgeoning damage. For 4 slashing damage.
That's amazing.
He did get a nat 1. So, all right. And then he took an attack. He tried to get out. He tried to take a shot. They ran. He attacked the boar. All right. Next up is Phoebe. And Phoebe's just like, what the fuck is going on? Shit. And she's going to try and take a shot at the guy holding Squall's legs. good God. Yeah, clearly I should not be playing Phoebe. She does not hit him with a 7. And she's going to be so pissed off. She's going to action surge. Going to change die. And she's going to try to attack the same guy again. Better. That is a 22 to hit, which absolutely hits this guy. Then she is going to 12 damage. 12 piercing damage to the guy holding Squall's legs. And there's now an arrow sticking out of that guy's chest. He seems pretty freaked out. Still not letting go. They seem very, very determined to hold on to Squall. And then Phoebe is going to run a little bit closer, so she can get a better shot at these guys next round. All right, Squall, it is now your turn.
I'm gonna try to break free.
Which guy? Guy on your legs? Guy on your arms?
The guy on my arms.
All right, go for it.
Just a strength check, right?
Yeah, test the strength check.
17.
17. Yeah, you start struggling, and you just there's actually from where Galen cut him on his arm, and the blood is now pouring down his arm all the way on his hands. You use the slipperiness of the blood, and you actually are able to pull free. And awkwardly, you go thunk, like back and shoulders first to the ground, and your legs are still up in the air, being held by the other guy. And the guy who you just broke free from kind of looks at you like very confused. And the guy holding your legs seems equally confused, but is still trying to drag you by your legs. But your arms are now free.
I'm gonna use a bonus action to manifest my echo.
Okay, where at?
Right next to me again.
Okay. Boom.
This is getting tiring, I shout, and then I end my turn.
Okay. Alright. So the guy on the legs, you hear the guy that's grabbing your legs, it's like, fucking get him, come on, we gotta go. Rowan, it's now your turn.
I would like to do a gore attack.
Go for it. Go for the gore. And what you get?
I don't know yet. I'm looking at this thing and it's a lot of stuff. So I can't charge because I'm closer than 20 feet, correct?
That is correct. You are in melee distance with him, so 5 feet. So you can use your tusk action, which essentially is like goring him, if you like.
I just found that. Yes, it's +3 to hit, reaches 5 feet, and 1d6 +1. Okay, so I rolled. Let's see. I rolled a 12.
12
to hit.
12 hits.
Yes. 1d6.
They seem to be in very light leather armor, making them a little fast, but Also, not too armored up.
Okay. 5 slashing damage.
Nice.
And then, what is this relentless? Recharges after short or long rest?
Hold on a second. That's relentless charge, I believe, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, relentless. If the boar takes 7 damage or less, that would reduce it to 0 hit points. It is reduced to 1 hit point instead.
Okay.
All right. So if I hit you again, and it's going to reduce you to 0, it will only reduce to use that, and you will go down to 1 hit point instead of 0.
Okay. So I only have 1 attack as a boar. I can't like bite him or anything.
Nope, that's it. Sorry. Sorry.
I can't like trample on him.
No. You're just on him, you're like, and you're just goring him with your tusks. One of your tusks just digs into his calf, and he goes, fucking pig. And then you just pull your tusk out of his leg. Squirt of blood is now coming out from his leg, but he's still up. Little freaked out at this boar that is now attacking him. All right, and now it is Sara's turn. Sara, please roll me a Constitution saving throw. See if your sleep stays intact.
Nat 1.
You are having the nicest dream. You are in this huge library with flying books. And they're all calling your name like Sara, Sara. It's like a Disney cartoon. It's so nice. All right. Next up, now it is Maya's turn. Maya is going to try and bite you again, Jarina. Trying to wake you up. She saw you. She felt you stir a little bit. So that is going to be. Yeah, she's not liking your coat. She's not gonna wake you up with an 8. So she's getting a little frustrated. It looks like she's probably gonna start trying to tear your jacket apart in a minute. To try and get at the soft, meaty flesh to wake you the fuck up. But yeah, so that's her action. Yeah, and she's just gonna she's gonna stay there. Bertrand also is just kind of like, he still looks very out of it, but he's just gonna take the dodge action again in case anybody comes at him. Galen, it's now your turn. You just watch these guys run into the entangled vine mess, which seems to start. It seems like it's starting to dissipate. But they are definitely running away. What would you like to do?
I am going to go towards them. Is the guy with the crossbow right next to Squall? Like, who's right next to them?
Yeah, so the guy with the crossbow is here. And then these are the 2 guys who were carrying him. This one is no longer carrying him. That's the one that you were beating on and knifed. This is the one that's got him by the legs. And then you got this guy over here, and then this guy over here.
Alright, so I'm gonna go straight for the guy I've been beating the shit out of.
Okay. Alright, you are not hampered by the entangle spell as it is now dissipating. And you are not out of the reach of the other guy.
I'm going to take up. Whoa, what happened?
Alright, so what would you like to do?
Can you say that again? I did not. Everything just.
Right, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna put my dagger away. I'm telling you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm gonna get my scimitar out, and then I am going to cut a bitch.
Are you proficient in your scimitar?
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Never mind. I'm gonna keep the dagger that I have in my in my hands, and I'm just gonna stab this bitch.
Okie
That's
doke.
right in front of me.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Uh, 17.
17 hits. Roll for damage.
Eight damage.
8 damage. Yeah, you stab him, and there is now you stab him like right where the strap of his armor on his shoulder is, and you actually slice that strap off, and there is now blood just pouring down the front of his armor, and he's barely standing. It looks like a strong wind could probably blow him over, but for some reason he's still up.
Then, okay, in that case, I will use Fury Blows, and I will kick the shit out of him.
Okay, so roll the first attack. Remember, this is disadvantage.
16.
16 absolutely hits. Don't roll damage. He had 1 hit point left. Uh, so you kind of flick the dagger back into your sheath, and in a smooth motion, go and you whoosh, just punch him straight in the nose. You hear a crunching sound as not only does his nose break, but you are very familiar with this technique where you actually drive the bone in his nose up into his brain, and you just watch as he just like ragdolls down to the ground, no movement. You still have another Fury of Blow attack, and you do have 2 individuals within striking distance if you want to use it. This one here, and then this one here.
I want to get the one that has Squall's legs, but can I just kick him in the balls so that he, in a way, to try to get him to let go?
It wouldn't necessarily be. Remember, it would be almost considered a contested grapple. So you could, I mean, for flavor, absolutely, you could kick him in the balls all you like. But it wouldn't be an attack roll. It would be a strength roll. So, what would you like to do?
Because I just want to hit him hard enough so that he just lets go.
Right. But that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
By the rules, it's either you attack him to hurt him, and if you get him to 0, chances are he'll probably let the guy go. He'll let Squall go. Or a contested strength check, which for flavor could absolutely be you kicking him square in the balls, but it would not be an attack roll. It would be a strength roll. So what would you like to do?
You know what? I'm gonna help Squall out of this mess. So I am going to try to grapple the grappler.
Okay.
Out of.
All right. So roll. Just this is a straight again. Actually, this is not a disadvantage because it's not an attack or a saving throw. It's just an ability check. So this is going to be a straight strength check. So just roll a d20, add your strength modifier.
Well, I'm very lucky today. Net 20, but I don't have any bonuses in strength, so it's just that.
Okay. You got a 19. So you go and you just drive the bone of this guy's bone nose up into his brain. He falls to the ground. The guy who was holding Squall's legs and is literally like dragging Squall, by the legs, looks up at you like, what the fuck? and then you just turn around and in one swift motion just kick him in the balls as hard as you possibly can, which he just drops Squall's legs and just stands there for a moment going, and you are no longer considered grappled, Squall, but you are prone.
You're welcome, Squall.
Yep.
Okay, so that is Galen's turn. All right. All right. So it's this guy's turn. He is going to actually, just for point of order, Leah, on your last turn, Lucy did run after, following your last order, did run after the guy.
Okay.
And Lucy's, you said Lucy's speed is 40, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he is faster than this guy. So he ran right up onto this guy. The guy sees him and is screaming, "Fuck!" And will continue to run. Lucy gets another attack of opportunity on him. So roll for that. So it would be another claw swipe. So it'll be a 20. 20.
I rolled a 16.
That hits. That absolutely hits. So roll me another d4. And he's got to roll Constitution saving throw. 2. So he takes 5 piercing damage. But this time succeeds on his Constitution saving throw, taking no poison damage. And he seems extremely freaked out by this little thing with, sharp teeth and claws just running at him, trying to just basically clawing at his leg. And then he's actually going to turn and try and shoot Lucy with his crossbow. And that's going to be... Does an 11 hit Lucy?
AC is 13.
Yeah, he misses. So he's so freaked out by this little thing trying to tear his knees apart that he and he just fires and just whiffs the shot, flying right by Lucy's head. And Lucy's still running at him, just like. All right. So that was Lucy's turn. No, that was actually the that guy's turn. Now it is your turn, Leah.
How is the guy looking that's attacking Rowan?
He's kind of bleeding from where she Tusk attacked him. But he seems okay.
I'm gonna take another shot at him with my rapier.
So you're gonna run up to him?
Yeah.
Okay, he's engaged. He's still engaged with Rowan, so that he will get a sneak attack on him.
Okay, so I rolled this 14 plus 7 is 21.
Okay, that definitely hits.
1d8 plus 5 is, I rolled a 3, so it's 8, and then I rolled 2d6.
Okay.
So 8 plus 8, 16 damage.
16 damage. Nice. Yeah, you run up on him again and just with your rapier, your nice finesse weapon there, just almost like Zorro, and you're just slicing him up on the same side, and it's just now you don't even see the cuts anymore. You just see blood and torn up fabric and armor. It's pretty nasty. You do have a little more movement and a bonus action.
So I'm going to disengage
Okay.
as my bonus action and back up a little bit again.
Okay.
I want to be able to keep an eye on Lucy.
Okay. You can't see Lucy yet because he's so tiny and on the other side of the wall. But you can hear him.
I can hear the guy screaming.
You can hear like, "What the fuck is that thing?"
Okay,
and you do hear Lucy. Everybody can hear Lucy. It's like almost like a gremlin screech. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that sound effect is not coming through.
Better?
That was just static.
Yeah, that was that.
Yeah, that was that. We heard that.
I just heard static.
Okay. It's a noise. It's a screech. That's what it sounds like. Okay.
I have an imagination.
Good. Alrighty. So Leah, that's your turn. Lucy is gonna continue. 1, 2, 3. He runs up. Lucy runs up on the on the guy. And he does that screech thing, but it seems louder and almost painful to listen to. This guy, he's gonna have to make a wisdom saving throw, which he fails. And he is now frightened of Lucy for the next minute. He can repeat the saving throw over and over again, but he needs to get the fuck away from this little thing. Super freaked out by it. Yeah, and that is Lucy's turn and Leah's turn. All right, so next up is Jarina. Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
At disadvantage, right?
Yep.
That will be a 3.
Nice dream.
Mm-hmm.
You're having such the nicest dream. Just flowers everywhere. For some reason, you're thinking about these vines that are just like growing everywhere and, entangling people's feet. And it seems familiar, but what a nice dream. Ah. Okay. It's the attacker's turn. He is no longer entangled. All right. So the first things first. Guy's gonna try and attack Rowan, and that is going to be a 19 to hit. Does that hit your boar AC?
It definitely hits.
Okay. And so he's going to hit you for 3 slashing damage as he slashes out with his sword.
So I had 1 hit point left, but since it's under 7 points, then I want to do that thing where it stays at 1 point.
So relentless. Yeah. Okay.
That's the thing.
Yep. So that's it. You can only use it once. But yeah, you take the hit. You can feel your body almost changing shape back into your original form, and then you stay the boar. You're still at 1 hit point. for your boar.
She's got piggy boar rage.
Yep. That's some pig. All right, so he does that. This guy is going to put his heavy crossbow away and take a swing at the echo, Squall's echo, and that's going to be 14. That doesn't hit, right?
No.
Okay. He takes a swing. Your echo just dodges out of the way. The guy who grabbed your feet, who was grabbing your feet, still like, oh, my balls. He goes and he tries to grab you by your arm to essentially grapple you again. So this is going to be, he's going to try to attack, and that is going to be, he is unsuccessful because the pain in his balls is so much that it's like, instead of trying to grapple you, it's almost like he's pawing at you. I got you. And he doesn't got you. So he's not going to grapple you with a 14. So this guy is going to try to attack Galen. Yeah, I don't think a 13 hits Galen.
No.
And this guy is going to run up. Gets on the other side of Squall, and he's going to try and grapple you, Squall, by grabbing your arms.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ! Can't roll for shit. Change the die again. Yeah, he's not going to grapple you with a 4. Your arms are still bloody from the guy's blood that you actually slipped out of his hands. So he goes to grab you, and his hand just slides right off your arm. All right. So that's all of their turn. Can't roll for shit tonight. It is now Phoebe's turn. Phoebe is going to keep shooting at the same guy. She is super frustrated by everything's happening. She just wants to kill that guy. And that is going to be... Oh, that absolutely hits. That's like a 25. He shoots. Hits him for 8 piercing damage, which, yeah, that'll do it. He drops to the ground with an arrow in his throat. First his balls, then his throat. He done. And then she's going to run over to where Rowan is. And she's going to prepare an attack for that guy that Rowan is attacking. Next up, Squall. It is now your turn. You are prone on the ground, but you are no longer grappled. What would you like to do?
I get up.
All right.
Half my movement. Right?
Yep. Oh no, the wall fell.
Okay. Okay. I am going to move my. There's two people near me, right?
Yeah, there's a guy immediately to your left. Galen is actually in front of you, but then you have a guy 10 feet behind you next to your echo.
Okay, I'm gonna put the echo between me and that guy.
Okay, so just slides over.
Yeah. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna hit the guy to my left.
Okay.
Take an attempt at this guy, I should say.
Yep, go for it.
Okay. That is. Oh, gee. Okay. Did 7? Does that hit?
7 does not hit. You just go. You're kind of disoriented from all the jostling around, and you go to swing.
Mm-hmm.
Guy sees it coming, kind of dodges out of the way.
Okay. Uh, I'm going to
Yes.
attempt a uh I I'm going to attempt a an offhand attack here.
Okay.
That's going to be this
Don't use digital dice.
13.
13 hits.
Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah, that's cuz I All right. And 4 damage.
4 damage. Okay. This is the guy. Yeah.
And I'm also going to take an action surge here.
Okay, go for it.
And I'm going to go for another attack on the same guy.
Okay.
21
Absolutely hits.
for 3 damage.
Okay.
And yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Oh, that's a good turn. You all hear a voice from the other side of the fence, essentially in this area. Come on, hurry up, get him! We gotta get the fuck out of here! This fucking thing chasing me! And yeah, so all right, so that was Squall's turn. Rowan, it is now your turn.
So I really want to charge this guy, so I'm going to back up 20 feet and charge 20 feet since my movement is 40.
Okay, he takes an attack of opportunity on you as you back away from him. And that is going to be a 21.
To hit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Okay. So he hits you for
2.
you for 5 slashing damage. Are you no longer Boar?
Can I do Relentless again?
No, you only get it once every short or long rest.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, I'm not a boar anymore.
Okay. So you start backing up, he hits you. So you said you were at 1 hit point, right?
Yeah.
So you carry over the other 4 into your Rowan hit points. And you still take that damage, but you do still back up 20 feet.
Okay.
As
I
you
would
as
like
you
to wild shape.
as you okay, yeah, you shape back into Rowan. Are you gonna back into a boar?
Yep.
Okay. Right back into a boar.
I still want to charge.
Okay, go for it. So 20
Okay,
feet.
so it says if the boar moves at least 20 feet straight toward the target and then hits it with the tusk attack on the same turn, the target takes an extra 3 1d6 slashing damage.
Right. Okay.
So I roll a d6 3 times. Is that what it's saying?
Well, you have to hit him first. So
Well, yeah.
yeah. So you back up, take the hit, kind of turn back into Rowan, and then instantly you are now a boar again, and you charge right at him. Roll your tusk attack.
Yes. 18.
That definitely hits. So yes, now that means you will roll.
3 to g6.
No, you 2d6.
Okay, because it says it takes an extra 3 1d6 slashing damage.
Well, yeah, 3 is the average of what it The D6 will.
Oh,
yeah,
I see.
Yeah.
They have to put that in somewhere because that's confusing.
Yeah, it does sometimes get confusing. But it would be 2d6 plus 1 slashing damage.
4 plus 3 is 7, plus 1 is 8.
So 8 altogether?
I think I did 8 altogether. I did charge with the tusk attack, though.
Right. That was your tusk attack. It's you don't get if you hit with the tusk attack, which you did, you get an extra d6 of damage. So I had you roll 2d6 instead of 1d6.
Okay,
So
I see it now.
yeah. So that's 8 altogether, right?
Yes.
And let's see. And then he has to roll what is it? A strength check, right? DC 11 strength check. Okay. 5. So he gets knocked prone as you come charging at him, and you just ram your tusks into both of his legs. Both shins get torn up from your sharpened tusks. He goes ah, and he just falls to the ground, like grasping his legs that have just been kind of shredded up by your tusks. And I think that's probably the most time anybody has said the word tusks in like the last 5 minutes. So
it's possible.
It's possible. All right, so that's your turn. That was a good turn.
Yay.
All right. So yeah, that was your movement. That was your action. That was your bonus action. And now it is Sara's turn. Sara, please make me a Constitution saving throw. At disadvantage.
Nine.
You're still having the greatest library dream ever. It is like a Disney cartoon. The books are now not only flying around you, but they're singing.
There's rainbows.
Yeah, they're singing. Some of them have made flower necklaces for you, and they're flying over and putting them around your neck. It's the greatest dream you've ever had. All right. Maya is going to attempt to wake up Jarina yet again. Good God. No. Fucking 11. So, yeah, she is tearing up your jacket. Like, the sleeve on your jacket is all but almost gone. Yeah, she's just shredding it away in frustration of not being able to wake you up at this point. But you haven't taken any damage. On the plus side. So that's your turn. Well, that's Maya's turn. Bertrand still looks very out of it. He's propped himself up against the wall of the mausoleum. He's kind of holding the sword out in front of him. He still seems like he doesn't know what's going on or what he should do. He's going to continue to take the dodge action. Which brings us back to the top of the round. But at this point in time, I'm going to ask my players. It is 11:30. Do you want to continue this fight, or do you want to call it for the evening and continue next week?
Well, Zero and I have work in the morning, so I am going to vote to continue next week.
Yay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's fair enough. So yeah, we definitely we want everybody to have fun with the game and not feel stressed out about whether we should continue playing or not. So we will definitely pick this up next week. Give me a second. I'm just So many things to do. All right. Okie dokie. So, that's where we're gonna call it for the evening. Um, so next week when we get together, we will be using the same initiative and starting from where we are right now. And continuing this strange fight that happened after a memorial service. Everybody seemingly, with Squall being very popular in this fight for some reason. So, and hopefully by next week, Comet will be feeling better and she will be joining us for the fight, joining us for the game in general. But yeah, so with that, I'd like to thank wonderful players. Happy New Year, wonderful players. Missed you guys.
We missed you too, and D&D.
I see your face every day. I don't.
Yeah,
I miss you too.
I know you don't miss me. I know you don't miss me. It's fine. I hope those of you who've been watching have enjoyed what you've seen, and you continue to join us for these crazy hijinks of these amazing players that I have. Want to do a few shout outs before we finish up for the evening. Because a lot happened, and unfortunately, while we're playing, we don't get to kind of acknowledge some of the things that happened during the stream. But I want to take a chance to, in a moment, to acknowledge it now. So Kayla Marie, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Camdle in the Wind. I love that name. That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Roll with Advantage. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for the host. Appreciate the host in the raid. That's amazing. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much. DJ Atkins, thank you for the follow. Climbing Chef, thank you for the resub. And the host in the raid, like that is amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. I hope I don't get this wrong. Sheep versus interwebs. Thank you for the follow. Monolith Momentum, thank you for the resub. Really appreciate it. And everyone, I hope I didn't forget everybody, anybody, but if I did, I do apologize. But I do want to say once again, we really do appreciate the support that you've given us and continuing to give us. I hope you like the new look of the stream. Worked really hard on it. Wanted to get it done for the new year. Gonna keep playing with it and keep tweaking it and making it fun for everybody. But I hope you all enjoyed that. A lot more things coming down the pike for the year, so hope you'll stay with us. Once again, Saturday is Old Man Plays Old Games. The Old Man. FYI. I'll be playing Borderlands 2, Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep because it is tabletop and D&D related somewhat, but it is also an old game, so it fits in with the theme. That's at 4:30 on Saturday. On Sunday, talking with the DM at 6 p.m. I will be talking about 3D printing and using the 3D printing for making and answering questions about all that stuff. So that might actually be 2 or 3 talking with the DM because that's a pretty extensive topic to talk about. I think that's about it. So again, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for watching us, and thank you again to my players. I really miss you guys. Really missed the game, and we are going to be ending the stream. We're going to do a raid. We're going to do a raid, so please stick around and stick around for the raid. But once, as I always say, and I will continue to say, especially in the crazy times that we live in, please take care of yourself. Please take care of others. Be good to others. Importantly, be yourself. We see you next time.